Hey everyone, I hope you're having a nice day. So yesterday we got the badges working, and we also got the profile working on the chat. So you're able to see the chat coming in. Hey SSP, how's it going? As you could see now the chat. So you could see your profile images as well, and you could see the badges. We need to make some changes and make it more like visually appealing. But kind of the goal of the project that we've been working on for the past 2 weeks is now kind of coming to an end, right? We have done so much work around like improving, like adding necessary components to be able to like get the emotes showing up in the overlay for the chat. We are now showing badges as well. So we're doing a lot of things that kind of like have put us in the right spot. And Copter is out of cupcakes, so he's out of cupcakes. But like yeah, so like we have done so much work around it that is very helpful for us to be able to do to like get the overlay working. We got ourselves a bot that is able to like if we send a command to it, we are able to get a response back from him. So we have this, and it sends a link. So we have a bit of commands, and we have improved like some of the tools that we use in the stream. So for today, we are just gonna clean up a bit what we have done in the past couple of days, because we just did it sometimes, right? We just did a lot of work around it. So the goal here is to just go back and like clean it up, make it better. Clean up some of the code, like some of the things that we're working on. I have no idea what we're doing. So it might be your internet. So I am watching the stream itself, like the stacks of the stream, and it looks fine. So like if you're running like 4 or 5 different streams yourself right now, Copter, that might be the issue. But I think it looks fine. Is it like skipping frames or something like that? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for letting me know though. If like it was happening in my end, I would like to know as well. Hey, Tor Slayer, how's it going? Are you ready for another game night on Friday? Okay, let's jump into our coding. One thing I was nice. I heard certain people were trying to learn how to play Fall Guys too, so we might have like a bunch of appearances. We might have some guests. The only thing that we need for Fall Guys to do right now is to be close platforms. So if you get people playing on the PS4 and the PlayStation, if people could play on the PlayStation and we could play on the computer, that means that we could have a bigger party. Like most people don't have a fancy computer to run it. Ooh, there is something that I've been looking at for. I'm gonna plug them. It's called Shadow, and you could rent a computer. No, dude, you could use this. You should use this. So I've been thinking about it of getting one, like renting one, to let certain people be able to play with us. They will have to have a Steam account and we will have to buy the game again, but it might be worth it. So Shadow, you could rent a rig. So you could rent a gaming computer and then use your laptop or something like that to be able to play the games. So it's kind of cool. So if you haven't looked at it, you should look at it. So I was thinking of using that for one of the game apps. Yeah, I like it a lot. Well, I haven't tried it. I have a friend that's using it. He says that he has been enjoying it. Okay, so we are gonna clean up some of the code that we have created. Nice, nice. I wish I was there. Quarantine. Okay, so we're gonna refactor some of the code here. Let's just look what we have. Cool. That would be very cool. Oh, did you see the new NVIDIA video card that came out? That is coming out? The RTX, I think that's the name of it. Okay, I need to get rid of that. So there are certain things I want to remove. This is doing a lot of work here. So the display name is fine. No, this is having the username. So the thing is happening right now is like every time someone every time someone sends a message, we're hitting the Twitch API. So we might want to change this a bit. Ooh, we could have a map. Or yeah, we could have a map that has all the user information in it, including their badge. So we cannot. Oh, really? What did they do? Oh, that sounds scary. That sounds very scary, dude. That sounds scary. So you owe them $5,000. Okay. So we're gonna add. So yeah. So we're hitting the Twitch API every single time someone talks. So we're doing multiple things. We're hitting the Twitch API every time someone talks. So every time a message is sent, we're pinging the Twitch API to get their profile image. So maybe we should cache that. And for the emotes, we should also cache the emotes. So if someone reuses the emote over and over again, we don't have to go back and get it from the API. So that's kind of the things that we will have to do. I could imagine. That sounds very scary. This is not needed here. Okay, so we need to. So the first refactor that I'm going to do is adding caching to our user information. So when someone joins, we are. So first, I'm going to have to use a mutex because we are using Go routines to manage this information. So we just don't want it. And we want to use a writer. So let's see. Yeah, so this one, which one that we want. That sounds very like I will have panic if that was me. Okay, so here we want to handle. So when someone joins, wait, before we do that, we are going to create a new type here. So let's see. Okay, so here we're going to create a new type called user. And we are going to keep the user information. So we are going to use, here we are going to keep their display name. We are going to keep their badges. So we don't have to go get it. We don't have to compute their badges every single time. Well, we don't have to get them. We don't need to keep their badges. We need to keep their logo, so their profile image. So profile image, which is a string. And this doesn't have to be public because it's gonna be internal cache. So what we're doing, so part of the refactoring is that every time someone sends a message in the chat, in our Twitch chat, we are pinging their API. We are pinging the Twitch API to get their image and to get any emotes if they have any emotes attached to it. So the first part we're gonna do is we're gonna cache the we're gonna create a way for us to store the user information in memory, so that every time, so when someone joins, we get their information, store it in memory, and then the next time that if that person sends a message in the future, we are able to pull that information from there. So that means that we are, instead of making 100 requests, if someone sends 100 messages, we only if someone sends 100 messages, we will ping the Twitch API 100 times to get their profile image, when we could just have gotten it once when they're first joined. So we only have to ping them once. So that's kind of what we're going to do here. So we only need the profile images for a user. And then we're going to store it inside of a user, current users. And it's going to be a map. So the map, the key will be so the way it works, oops, not that one. So the way it works is that we got the user IDs, and the user IDs don't change, right? So when someone first joins, we get their, well, we don't get their username. We get their username. So we could use the username instead of that, instead of the ID. So when someone joins, we get their user name, and we could put that as part of, that could be the key for the map. So that's kind of what we're gonna do. Okay, so and then in here we are gonna keep a pointer to the user struct, and then that's where we're gonna cache our user. And since we are using Go routine, so things are happening in parallel, we have to use a mutex, which just lets us read the information more safely. So we take a lock when we're writing, and we release a lock after we're done. So in our case, we're gonna add a new case here, and the case will be something like, oh wait, we don't have the user name. When someone joins, only when they send a message. That is interesting. Okay, so we are only able to get the user information when they first. Is there a way to do it? I think there's no way to do it with the username. So if there's no way to do it, we're just gonna do it when the person sends their first message, and then we're gonna store it. And if they leave, we could take it out. Okay, get user, which we cannot use. Get user by ID, get users. No. So this one doesn't do it. No. Nope. So there's no easy way to do it with the API directly. So we are only gonna wait until people. Yeah, when people send their first message, we are gonna store that we're gonna cache that information. So first, if they have a user ID, we are gonna do a. So first we have to read it. So we're gonna do. I think that. S that relac. Wait, that's not what I want. So we want to lock it, and then we're gonna do we're gonna get current user, and then we're gonna pass the. We don't have the user name for the user, so we're gonna use the username. So user. Oh, so we have parse that user name. So we're gonna use the username as a key. If we are not okay, that means that. Oops. That means that we don't have the information that we need in the cache. And then we could do something like, why are you very angry? We could do something like this. I'm stretching. That was a good stretch. And also hydrating. Thank you, Copter. Sorry that you're a bit angry over here. Also, if you have points, I mean bytes, you could use them for you could do requests. Thank you for the stretch. A bit of chocolate milk. Well, that's over. There's nothing much there. Okay. Yeah. Why not? You should also use your points to request ads, but I know you don't have enough points, so yeah. If you're a subscriber, thank you so much for subscribing. We mostly appreciate it. You're helping us improve our channel, like having the camera on. So we started having a camera on because we made it to 70 followers. So we made it to 70 followers, and then we will figure out when we get to 100, which I believe is our next goal, we will figure out what will be the next thing we do. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. Yeah, Copter winning a vendor, making sure that I... Wait, why is our overlay not working? There we go. It's very spammy. Copter winning a vendor, making sure that we drank water. Welcome back. Till... I did take it as a donation. I did drink water too, though. I made sure to drink water. Okay. So we are adding caching here. So the way that it's gonna work is there is no chugging. There is gentle drinking. So if there is no request for chugging, so I might add a one for chugging, but no, it might not happen. So you just get gentle drinking. Okay, so we are gonna take this here, and we're gonna move it here. So what we're doing now is that, and then we're gonna rename this user, and we're gonna take this one off. And I have to fix the other one. But so what we're doing now is that we are gonna, when a... Oh wait, it doesn't match because I need to fix it. Okay, so we are gonna create a new one. So we are gonna do... I'm gonna call this Twitch API user. Twitch user. Oh, sorry, Twitch user. So when if someone has never sent a message and we don't have that person in the cache, we are gonna take it. We are gonna take their username, and then we are gonna create a new object for that person. So here we are gonna do that current. So the goal is to just limit the number of times we ping the Twitch API. So right now we're pinging it every time. Every time someone sends a message in our Twitch chat, we are pinging the API. So we want to stop doing that. Because Twitch is not going to be happy with us that we're doing that. Wait, what is that? Compiler user variable. Okay, so let's add some types into this, and then I'll figure out the error. So here we are going to do... profile image. Oh wait, we don't have to save the displays. Do we? Oh wait, it's called Twitch user. Okay, so Twitch user. Then we could probably get rid of this. We could change this also around. So we could just change this to be, so we could reuse it. So we're gonna just do user. Oops, not there. We are gonna do. Oh, I'm overriding it. I'm gonna call it cache user, and then I'm gonna rename this to cache user too, because we are shadowing our variable because we have user as a type too. Okay, so we have cache user, and then here we could do cache user dot cache users dot profile image. So that's how we're going to get a profile image. Oh, I messed up, and this goes over here. And we put that here. So we are protecting our rights. So what we're doing here is saying that this function here might get, this variable here might get changed by another Go routine. So we are only reading. So if as long as there is nothing writing to it, we could read as many times as we want from it. And then we're gonna release the lock for it. Okay, so here, why? So there will be no case where user ID will be empty. So here, we do that. We don't need this anymore. And then here we are going to take a lock because we are writing to it. So we have to lock saying, hey, I am writing. I'm going to be writing to this variable. Nothing else should be writing to this variable. So that's kind of what we're doing there. And then we're just going to put it back into the cache. So that's kind of what we do there, and then we have to unlock it. So we are taking a lock, so we're locking and then unlocking, and that means that only one Go routine could be changing this. So anything in between here and here can only be touched by one Go routine. So that's what we're doing there, and we could change our badges too. So for our badges, I think we should. I don't think it's is it allowed work? No, probably not. So for now, let's leave it as it is. Okay, so now we have a way for us to cache the user itself. So we need to turn our server off. And then we should send a message to set it up. My chat is super slow. Ooh, it crashed. Okay, so it crashed because we did something weird. It's because the map was not initialized. So because we have a map and we're trying to, so this is a map here and we're trying to do things to it. But the thing that happens is that you have to allocate the memory for the map before you use it. So in our case, we have to use the make built-in function to initialize our map. So our map is a map which string, and then it just takes a pointer of user. Yeah, so if you don't initialize so you have to initialize maps and you have to initialize slices to be able to use them. So if you want to add an item, so I'm adding an item here. Well, at first I'm trying to get something out of it, and then I'm trying to add something to it. And since we don't have a cache for it, it's just gonna do that. It's just gonna crash, which is what we saw here, because we're trying to access it when there's nothing in it. Okay, so it's starting up, and we could try again. Oh, this chat might be disconnected. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm in the wrong shot. Give me a second. So because we did array yesterday, it took my other screen to a different streamer chat window. So this is mine now. Okay, so we have it there. Now we are gonna do a bag of memes. Did it crash? No, it didn't crash. Cool. So I think that will be the first one. The second one is making requests to for emotes, right? So emotes themselves are not being cached. So now, right now the way it works is that every time someone posts an emote, hey, how's it going, Flap? Yeah. So every time someone posts an emote, it doesn't. So it's a combination of a Twitch bot, a overlay for our stream chat. So it's like everything here. So yeah, so one of the things we did, I think like at the beginning of last week, is that we started doing a bit of a bot. So we created we have one that is that we can send command to. So let's see. I think it's commands, but that's kind of pretty much the only things that it does. Or I broke it. Is it commands? It's around there. Let me check the code. So yeah, so we ended up writing a bot that just has a few commands. It doesn't do much. Yeah, so it kind of does some stuff, and then, but that's kind of it. I do plan on making it open source. Yeah, so I am looking. So the one thing that I need to do, which I might do on Friday stream, is I have this other project. Oops. So I have another project that I open sourced half of it, but not fully. Cool. Thank you for the follow, Flap. So I open sourced this project like when I started streaming. The only thing missing here is the server. When I open source it, when I finish writing the server, which I might do next, I will do on Friday stream, which is just like finalizing it and then open sourcing it there. So when I finish open sourcing this part here, I will make the streaming overlay and all that stuff open source too. So yeah, I will make it open source. I just need to finalize, like, it depends on some things I haven't finished. So I will finish that on Friday stream and then open source it, maybe during the stream or a bit afterwards. But yeah, it will be open source. I also open source the different overlays so people could customize them too. So like how to customize it and all the different things that they could do about it. And there is like, so I think there's gonna be bugs, so it will be easier for us to just look at them and then fix them over time. But yeah, it's gonna be open source. And like the commands themselves, I want to figure out a way to. So right now the commands are kind of hard coded, in a weird way. So I want to make sure that we fix that too. But I will open source this and then go back and fix like the command section of it. I'm not sure why our command didn't fire off. But I want to make sure that I finish first the fixing some of the weird things that we're doing that were emotes. So when I fix that, then I will go back and figure out like how can we make the bot itself better. And then like there is different things I want to fix as part of this too. So. But yeah, I will make sure to open source it, and then make it available for people to use, and I will support it too. Okay, so So okay, so this one is the one that handles the emotes on the chat. So every time someone posts an emote in the chat, it's gonna get parsed through here. And then we make a request to a third party emote. So we make a request to this API here. And one thing that they ask for is for you to be mindful on how many requests you make to them. So I want to make sure that we do that. So we're gonna do that as part of this here. So the goal will be to store the emotes. The thing for the emotes themselves, we have to store the different well, we are only using one URL. So let me double check that. Yeah, we are creating one URL for it, so we're gonna just store the URL itself. And that means we don't have to. We only do this once too. So, so I'm gonna create another structure, which is the one that's gonna hold our emotes. So, a emote itself is just a call. So the call for it that we're gonna be replacing. And the next thing we're gonna have to do is we are gonna do the emote and also the image URI. So where the URI that we're creating, we are gonna do that too. So we're gonna start that, and then here we're gonna say. So we are bringing everything into cache, right? So we're bringing the emotes themselves, we're storing the emotes themselves in cache, and that means that when a user uses it like multiple times, we will not hit that API. That we don't have to go to the API to be able to collect the information for it. And then the emote parsing will be just like going through it, and like instead of, so here we're going and we're getting that emote. So we're gonna change this a bit. So the first thing we could do is the API that we're using allows us to just do multiple requests. So that means that we could send multiple emotes to it, and then it will give us multiple emotes back. So that's one of the cool things I could do. So if a user uses 5 or 6 of them at the same time, we could get all of them. We could send all of them to this API, then we cache it. We could cache all of them too. So that means that it will be super fast for us to do that. Okay, so that's kind of what we're gonna do. We're gonna change this a bit more. Okay, so here we have. We could even use our emotes here. Yeah, let's do that. So let's start building the LJ itself. So we could add the user the ID too. So if we add the ID too, we could start building like build the structure, start building the structure here, and then have another loop that goes and gets it. So let's do emotes. Cache emotes. And we're gonna make a slice here that takes, so here the type will be emote, and we're gonna do that. The only thing with this slice is that it's not gonna grow over time because we don't know how many emotes the person is gonna add to a message. So we are gonna keep as it is. So we're saying that it starts with 0 and then just grows up. So make allocates memory. So in Go, there is 2 ways to allocate memory. So you have new. So you could use new, or you could use make. New is used for so if you have a let's go to our first exercise. So David Shiny has like a lot of information. So the thing that so the way that new works, new gives you a pointer to a struct. So when you declare a function, you have 2 ways to declare it. sorry, not a function, a structure. So when you declare a function that you want a pointer from it, you could put ampersand next to the value, and that gives you a pointer to that value. Or the other one is by using new. So new, you are able to just pass the structure, and then new will just give you a pointer back. So these ones are the same. Then you have make. Where's make? So it doesn't really talk about make. So the way make works is make allocates memory inside. So there is different types of structs. Sorry, there is different types in Go. Maps and slices are complex types, which depend on other types. So you could think of a slice of that is an array. So if then that is kind of the structure. Arrays in Go have a set size of it. So that means that when you do make and you pass a slice to it, it's going to allocate that memory for it. So it's going to initialize the memory for you for the underneath structure that you're using. And from there, that structure is going to the array is going to be used for adding items to it. So when you use a slice, the difference with a slice is that a slice could grow over time, right? So when you add items to it, when you append, it grows over time. And then the memory itself is just, when it grows, it's using make to grow it too. So make just allocates memory. So make allocate memory for complex types, and new, the way new works, it allocates, it creates a pointer to a variable. That's kind of the difference between it. Most of the time, I don't use new. I only use the operand sign. So I haven't found a case for me to use new. So when I'm declaring when I need a pointer to a variable, I just pretty much do operand sign and destruct. So in this case, it would be emotes, and that will give me a pointer to the emote struct that I just allocated. And then if I'm doing a slice, or I'm doing a map or a channel, so yeah, so every time you need to allocate memory for a type. Sorry, for a structure, you will use make. Every time you need a pointer to a struct, you will use new or the ampersand before it. That's kind of the gist of it. But there is new or make. That's kind of the one of the gotchas. But pretty much all the time, if you go and look into the some of the Go code itself, you will find ampersand more than new. Okay, so we have a slice of emote, size 0. So the cool thing about May is that it also takes multiple params. So the first one is you pass the struct that you want to be creating, you want to be allocating memory for. Then you tell it how many empty values you want inside of that structure. So if you have an array, you could do like, I want 100 elements inside of that array, and it will allocate those empty array structs for you. And then because we are depending on an array, so a slice is a higher level struct. So you have an array under it, and then the last param, you tell it, this array, I want the capacity of it to be 100, and that means that the capacity of the array underneath is going to be 100. And that means that every time you add an item, it wouldn't have to grow for 100 items. After it gets to 100, it will have to double the allocation for it. So the way so I'm going to using append. So yeah, this is a perfect example here. So I'm using append. So when I use append, so I had to create emote, and I want this is not a pointer. So I'm going to create a pointer here, right? And then I'm going to create an emote. And the ID is just emote parts 0. Oops. Yeah, so here I'm saying that I want to create a structure emote, and I want a pointer of it. So I don't want the I'm just getting a pointer in memory for it. And then the next thing I need to do is I need to append it to the cache. So for the emo cache, I would do I will have to use append. So in Go, to when you want to add an item to a to an array. Sorry, not an array, it's slice. So sometimes I will say array and what I mean slice, which they are kind of the same. That in Go, slices just mean that they grow over time, and arrays don't grow over time. Okay, so I will then pass the all array, the all slice, and then I'm gonna append the new value that I want in there. So sorry, the new element. So now we have, I could comment this out for now because we're not gonna be using this in here. Okay, so the way it works is that since we have a slice with the capacity of 0, this means that when I call append for the first time, it's gonna, I think it starts at 2. So it's gonna allocate 2 capacity in memory for the array. Then it's gonna, if I call it again, it's gonna, and it hits to 2, then it's gonna grow to 4, and it just keeps doubling over time. So we have that now. Okay, and then, so I'm gonna reuse this code somewhere else. But for now, I have an array that, a slice that has all the IDs for, yeah, this is fine. So I have an array of all the emotes. No, this is not fine because I want to use a map. I think this is fine for the first version of it, but it's gonna get confusing later on. Okay, so for now I'm just gonna leave it. And again, I want to loop again, but this time I want to loop through the cache emotes. And now, so the first for loop is getting all the IDs that the user is putting, all the emotes that the user is using. The second for loop is the one that is going to check if we have that emote in cache. If it's in the cache, it's going to return it. If not, it's just going to ignore it. But first, we have to make sure that we initialize our map. Again, in Go, if you have a map or a slice, you have to initialize it. So I'm just initializing it here. So initializing just means I'm allocating memory for it. Okay, so I'm not using it anywhere, so okay. Nope, here. Okay, so now we have the first for loop. And this one is the one that is gonna go and do 2 things. It's gonna go and make a it's gonna be the one that is gonna go and make the request. Wait, do you want to make the request? Yeah, this is the one that's going to make the request. So the way it's going to work is that this one is going to check the cache. So see emote cache. And then Bao has the ID. So it has the emote ID here. And here we're going to do 2 things. We're going to do okay. We're going to do... this feels like a waste. Yeah, this is a waste. So we don't need to allocate this much memory. We could just allocate a string here. And then we don't need to do that here or here. And we are just gonna do emo parts and just pass 0. We didn't need to allocate a whole structure for it. So and this I'm gonna change the name to chat emotes. So the emotes that the person put in the chat is the one that we're gonna be storing here. And we don't need a pointer, so I could get rid of that. Okay, so this is gonna give us the chat emotes. Let's see. Oh, that is weird. Oh, yeah. So here we are gonna just use chat emotes. Okay. And we are gonna change this to chat emo. again, the goal is to reduce the number of calls that we make to the third-party API. We only should make one request when we should only make a request when we haven't seen that email during the stream. Okay, so we have the ID. If it's not okay, that means that we don't have it in the cache. So that means we should make a request to the third-party API. And we could just take this part here that is doing the work. And then we just have to since we get all the emails at once. So here's the thing: since we get all the emails all at once, maybe it might be easier to just get all of them at once. So we have, how do I? Let's just have two. This can be a bit wasty, but let's just do two arrays. So we have two slices. So we're gonna do missing emotes or cache miss. So all the emails that were missing in cache, we were gonna store it here. And then we're gonna check here if we don't care about the value, we only care about okay. So we could do an inline check for this here. And we're gonna do, maybe it might be better to just create emo ID. So the thing that is happening right now, what I thought of was that we don't have to do a loop and get all of them one by one. We could get all the emails from our provider for the third-party API that we're using all at once, and then if they're missing, we get them and then we store them. Oops. Yeah, that's kind of what we do. So we're gonna do here we could do if it's not okay. So if it's missing in our cache, we are gonna make the request. So I'm gonna move this back up. So here, this is gonna get a bit messy, but line 200. I am missing some stuff. Okay, so we moved the back up now. So yeah, so we have no information about that email. So we are gonna get the information from the email itself. And then we're going to add it to the cache. And at the same time, we are also adding it to our oops, I don't even think we even need it here. Sorry. Yeah, we don't even need it here. So here we only want to append it to the cache mix. So we missed it in the cache. It's not there. So now we are going to append it to a different array. And then we're going to use that array to go and make a request to our third-party provider, which is going to return all of them. So here we are going to add the emo ID. Yeah, so we add the emo ID. And then here we are going to do two things. We are gonna do, I think I'm allocating a bunch of memory so far, but no, I think it's going to be okay. So we are gonna take all of this again. Gonna put it here. Some of the checks were not be needed. So we are gonna make a request, and instead of passing the emo ID, we're gonna pass everything that was missing. We're gonna pass it here, and now we have error. Okay, so we have all the emotes. If there is nothing missing, oh, that's a good thing. If there is nothing missing, we don't want to do anything, right? We just want to be like, oh, okay, we don't have to hit our third-party provider. Yeah, so if nothing is missing, so if this is greater than 0. Okay, so, oh, I forgot something. Where are we checking? This is the only function that I was going to be writing to that, so I think that's okay. Okay, so we are going to check here. We're going to check if there's any missing emotes IDs, and if there are any missing emote IDs, we are going to loop through them. So we're going to do another for loop. We don't really care about the key. We only care about the value. So we're going to loop through them, and then we are going to append it to our cache. So we're going to go here. So we can do emote equals, and then I'm just going to call it equals. We want a pointer, so we're going to do ampersand emote. And then in here, in this struct, we could do, I think it's call. Yeah, call. And it will be valued that call. And then we're also going to do the URL, because it's easier for us to just do the URL in place. So we have the URL here. So we have the URL. This is not needed anymore, so we're going to use val.id. So that's the ID that we need there. And then we're going to store the URL inside of emo. Okay, so now we have our main element here, which has everything that we need to be able to so we're going to cache it. So we're going to store in cache. So we're going to store in memory. Then we're going to add it to our emo cache. So when the server first starts, it's going to be empty. And then as people start chatting more, the more the cache will grow. Which at some point might be dangerous, because we might be storing a lot of things in memory, but I'm not sure if it will be too bad. I'm not sure if I spelled that correctly. Let's see. There we go. We're not doing flow, we're doing a int. So we want something like this. So we are going to convert that into a string. I don't think we even need that, because we have the value here is the ID, so that might be better. Wait, no. Yeah, we do need it. Okay, so we have emotes. We don't need this here. Okay, and then the next part is, so we have now all the missing emotes. If there's an array, we do just want to we have to wrap this in if there's no error. Okay, so now we have our cache is being populated. Did I spell it incorrectly? I did. Our cache is being populated with the emotes that people are using. Now we just need to get all the emotes that people are using and then replace it in the chat. So when someone sends a message in the chat, we just have to find that emote in our cache and then just replace the text, which is what these lines here were doing. And then we could just reuse that. Okay, so we are going to move here and we're going to say if We couldn't do a one-liner. Let's do a one-liner. Emote. And then, okay. We're gonna check our cache. And the value is the key. And if it's okay, we are gonna do the replace in place. Okay, so we now need to change this a bit. So emote here has image URL, and then here we have emo.co. So that has the information that we want from the cache here. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's complaining because I'm passing an integer. Wait, I don't need to do the conversion there. Okay. Cool. So you use s for an integer, and you use d for sorry, you use s for a string, you use d for an integer. Cool. So I think that kind of does it. It's a bit more complicated than I wanted, but some of these actions will only happen when we don't have anything in cache, which is okay. So it's going to be a bit heavier when we don't have anything in cache. But as the cache starts filling up and the emotes that people are using start building up, it's going to be more efficient. Because we're not pinging the API over and over again and over again to make sure that we have the right information in it. Okay, so let's try if our changes worked. So we're going to send an emote. So okay, that worked. And we could check if we are going here over and over again. So yeah, so we're gonna check if the cache. So we're just making sure that the cache itself is being used. And then I'm gonna send another one. Which in this case it will be miss. Yeah. Then if I send it again, wait, where did it go? Oh, here. We shouldn't see it once. So we see it once, so that means that we didn't hit the API twice. We only hit, we went to the API once, we got the code that we needed from it, and then we got it back. So that's kind of what we did there. Okay, so that one's good. Where am I? Oh, let's just remove the printing. So I'm removing the printing. And then we might have to, I'm wondering if I should move these things out of here. Yeah, I might just end up moving it from here. So, okay. So now we are only making one request to get emotes during the stream. So if we have seen an emote before, we are making one request for it. If we haven't seen a user before, we are only making one request for it. Now the thing we need to do is we also have to delete users. So when a user, oops, yeah, this also needs to change, sorry. I should put this here. We should like here because I want to make it the sending to be in a Go routine too, which is one of the changes we're gonna do. So I'm using R lock and R on lock because I'm just reading here. I am not writing to it, so anything that here is fine because nothing is writing to it. And to it, I mean nothing is writing to the cache, to the map. If we are writing to the map, which we are doing here, then we have to use c.lock. And c.lock just means that only one Go routine could be writing to it. I think my notifications are a bit wonky, but RV Santos, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think my notifications are a bit wonky. I'm not sure why. Maybe I ended up breaking it. No. Yeah, I'm not sure why. But oh, it's because I was restarting. So every time I restart it, it does some weird stuff where it just doesn't send any notifications while it's restarting. So yeah, welcome. Cool. So now we are making sure that things are working correctly. Let's just move the parsing into a Go routine. So this here is doing a lot of work. So we could just send it to a Go routine by just wrapping it in an anonymous function, and then just like letting it parse and sending all the messages in the side, so we don't have to worry about like if it's lacking or not. Okay, so now the thing that we did, which is one of the things that Go shines on, is we're saying here, when you get a message, we should send the parser to it. Let's do that. Oops, since that message is, I think it's, no, it's message. Parser. Oh, parser. Parser message. So we are sending it to a Go routine. So because we're sending things into a Go routine, we're sending a pointer to a Go routine. And that means that if when that pointer gets moved out of memory, we might lose that information. And we just want to pass it down. Yeah, we just want to make sure that we pass it down to our Go routine. So the way it's going to work is now that we have when a new message comes through, that message is going to be it's going to be sent to a Go routine where we are going to do all the different parsing that we're going to be doing there. So we're going to get all the emotes. So we're going to parse all the emotes. We are going to get the display tags. If they have any emotes that we don't have in cache, it's going to get it from the cache. We are going to ping the Twitch API and get all that information from Twitch. And everything's going to happen asynchronously. So that means that if there's like 100 messages being sent, we are going to be able to handle all of them at once. So we're going to create Go routines for all those messages. And then, here's the bad thing about doing this. The messages themselves are going to show out of order in the stream. So this might be a bad idea because we do care about the order. So the thing that will happen is if Copter sends a message first, and then Flap sends a message next, and then SSP sends a message next, and SSP message finishes first because we have it in cache, the message that they send is going to show before everyone else. I don't think, no, it doesn't give you a timestamp. Oh yeah, it does give you a timestamp, but the client will have to figure that out. So the client itself will have to figure out like the ordering of it. But that means that the client itself will have to figure out the order, yeah. But it doesn't know which one comes first, right? Because the way that the overlay works is that after a certain point in time, it just goes away. And when it goes away, it doesn't show again. So even if we have the timestamp, we wouldn't know if the message before that was shown or not. Like, we don't know the order of it. So that would be like the only issue, right? It's like, because we care about the order, that means that we have to treat them in a different way. Yeah, so I think using a Go routine here is not a good idea. Yeah, so like we don't know how many messages people have sent. And like that means that we cannot keep the order of them. So we are the way to think about it is like, since they're coming out of order, you don't know which one you're gonna get. And if you get SSP first, you don't know that Copter's message is on the fly too. So that's kind of the different things that will happen, which is kind of bad. But let's change it back. So let's not use a Go routine there. But that's one of the things that to show. That's one of the things that when you use a Go routine, you have to think about, like when you use parallel, when you're doing things in parallel, you have to think about things, right? If you're doing things in parallel, orders, you might not really care about the order, or you will have to figure out a way to keep the track of the order. You could use timestamp to keep track of the order, but that means that you might need to know how many messages are being sent all at once to be able to know, like, okay, so these are the order of the messages that we're expecting. You could also use like if this was not a for loop, you could use a slice, and you could use group. There's a package in Go that you could keep track of a counter. So you have a counter that you increase n times as you're going. So something like this, right? You increase the timer as you're going, the counter as you're going, and then when you're done with the Go routine, you decrease the counter, and then you wait for it. So this is kind of like a channel that is waiting until it hits 0. When it hits 0, it's going to stop blocking. That is one way to do it. But in our case, we don't know how many messages we're going to be getting over time. So it's just pretty much easier for us to just not really wait for it and just do it synchronously. So a message comes through, we process it, we do all the work for it, and then we pick up the next message, and then we pick up the next message. It's going to be a bit slower because people are, if people send 100 messages to our chat, that means that we will have to wait for all of them as they come in. So it's kind of like for a chat, it makes sense, but for other things, it might not make sense, right? Like let's say that you're collecting information across multiple websites and you just wanted to save it to a database. It wouldn't matter here because the order wouldn't matter. But in our case, the order will matter because of how it will show up. Okay, so I am glad that we looked into that because I think that's very important when it comes to like using Go routines. So this is the way that this is doing too. Yeah, this is a Go routine itself. So you could spin up a Go routine and then spin up a Go routine from there. The reason why this is a Go routine is because the for loop is blocking, and we don't want to block anything else during that time. Okay, so the chat messages are working. Oh yeah, I was gonna move these things out over here because we don't want to parse it here. And I also have to add fixes to those. So let's move into this to their own files. I'm just gonna call it message parse or just messages. Because the thing that they're doing is that they're adding extra information to our message before we send it to whatever is listening for that. So we could just add it to a different file. Oh no. I ended up copying and pasting a bit weirdly. Okay, so we need all of that. And we want the badges too. Okay, so we have all the badges here. And since we moved them to a different file in the same package, we don't have to do much here. Okay, so the things that we need to fix now are these two to-dos that I have. So one example that I gave yesterday for this is that I'm not checking the length of the badges. So if we so the badge itself looks like so the badges themselves look like this, right? So we have a moderator. Oops. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, wait, what happened there? Did you get stuck in the timer? Okay, so we have a bit of some bugs. So we the next stream or this stream might turn to how do you debug a concurrent system in Go. I think that's kind of what we're gonna end up doing, because that shouldn't happen. So that would be fun too. We could use some of the debugging tools that are built into the language. But I will make sure to open source it and then start doing the debugging. Okay, so the way the badges in sales look like is we have the different badges someone might have. Yeah, so we have different badges someone might have, and they're breaking down by, so the slash means the version. So you have the name of the badge, then the version of the badge. Then you have comma, and then the comma represents that a new badge is, the information for a new badge is going to be is coming up. Then you have the name of the badge, and then slash, and then the version. So it's pretty much the same across the board. And then ampersand just means, sorry, not ampersand, semicolon just means that we are done processing the badges themselves. So that is what we're doing there. So that's kind of what we're parsing. But the issue that happens, which is, oops, if the API sends us misformed, like the information is not formed correctly. So let's say that we only get the name, or we only get the name, or we get we just get a empty. If it's, I think I'm handling an empty one. Let's see. Yeah, we're handling the empty one. So if there's nothing there, we're not going to do anything. But the issue now is if we don't get 2 items after we split, we just return, there's no badges, so we shouldn't do anything. So for example, if we only get the badge name, so here, if we only get the moderator and we don't have the version of it, we will crash because we are trying to access in this one, which just doesn't have anything in it. So we should do a check here, saying if the length of badge slice is less than 2, then we're gonna just continue, and we are just gonna log something here. So what it's gonna log is this is our unable to parse badge with we just say whatever the badge was, and then we just pass the string to it, and then we just continue because we cannot really do anything else. So if it's less than 2, yeah, if it's less than 2, it's gonna continue. And then we have now fixed that one to do. The next one that we have is 2 of them. So the one we have here is, first we need to get the versions. Sorry, not the version. We get the badge here. But what if we get a badge that is not in memory? So what if we get something like a badge called golfer /1, but it's not part of our cache. So it will then panic because we're trying to access a key inside of a map that doesn't exist. So it will just crash the whole program. So we need to handle that too. So here we will have to do 2 things. So we could do if, so we're gonna get the badge, so, and okay, and we're gonna get the first one. Right. So now we have the first one, and we're gonna just check that it's okay. So if it sits, we're good. So that means we can move on to the next part. And the next part will be, again, in here, we're gonna do batch that version, and then we're gonna check that the version that we got is in there too. And we have to just do the same check here, if it's okay. I'm gonna rename this to make it more clearer. So we're gonna get var cool. And then here we are gonna get the badge, and we're gonna get okay. Cool. So what we're doing here, I messed up. Our for loops. Which for loop broke it? Oh, I have extra. This is locase. Okay, so now the way it works is that we're checking if the badge, so Gopher, if Gopher is inside of the map, that means that we're okay, and we're gonna move on to the next one, which is checking the version. So if version 1 of the badge is available, then we're gonna move on and append it here. So that means that it's safer for us to access the map, because if anything is missing, so if anything is missing, we cannot really do much, so we're gonna ignore it completely. And then we're not gonna append that badge to the user badge. So here I don't mind going on. So to do breakpoints in Go, you have continue. You could do break, or you could return. So either one will work. In my case, I don't need to do any of those, because the only thing left is just to go back to the top of the loop again. If there's anything left in the loop, if there's nothing left, it's just gonna return. And that's pretty much it here. Oh yeah, I don't have so I don't use any debugging tools. Sorry, that's misleading. I don't use any tools that let me put breakpoints and things like that in Go. The way I pretty much do my debugging, I just put print statements. That's pretty much the way that I debug. So the errors that you're seeing in the side, yeah, is just I'm using a language server for BIM. And I'm using Go Please, which is a language server. So that's kind of what I'm using for it. And that's kind of why you see the errors. Like it has a link thing and it has errors when you kind of compile things. It also does the auto formatting for me, which is sometimes you see like the weird formatting, and then when I save, it just shifts everything. Is because of that. Okay, so the changes that we made the code safer now, because we are now checking if before we do anything with the version, we check if the name is in our badge map. If it's there, we get okay, it's true. And then we are saying, okay, so now that we have, now that we have our batch versions, we go and see if the version that we're looking for is inside of our version map. If it's in there, we do okay, and then we append the batch into the user batch. So that's kind of how we're doing it there. And that makes it a lot safer, because you don't have to worry about the panics, anything like that. Oops, we want to go here. Yeah, so there is a bug. So as you can see, like if I turn it off, it releases a lock that is happening somewhere, and we will have to figure, like, this is not good. We will have to figure out how to fix that. But it would be cool to figure out how to debug these things. So I might have a lock somewhere that I'm not releasing. Okay, so that's safe. I think I should look for... I do have a lock scene here. Yeah, so there is a lock somewhere that I'm not releasing, so it's gonna be fun to figure out which one is the one doing that. Okay, so we refactor our, so we're going from the top to the bottom. So we now our chat, like the code that we did yesterday, is more spread out. I mean, sorry, is more it's more safer than it was before, and we're caching our API calls. So that means that we are only making necessary API calls to the Twitch API, and also to the emotes API that we are using, the third-party emote API. So there is that, and now I feel like I want to write some tests for this. So I will have to figure out how to do some of the scaffolding. This one will be the hardest one because we have to mock our the Twitch chat server. Let's just start a test file. Oh, I think we were doing that already, but that's gonna be the next thing. So this one's already doing it. So all right, so this is doing it. So we don't have to worry. Let's just write it down. Twitch. So we have to mock the chat server. We have to mock the Twitch API. And we have to mock the emotes API. So that's kind of the things that we will have to mock here. So when we first join, and when we start making requests. So let's see what we added to our new function. Okay, so yeah, we have to mock the Twitch client. And we also have to, so that's the only thing we have to fix. When we did the emotes, we hard-coded the URL here. That means that there's no easy way for us to mock it. So we have to move this into a way that we can mock it too. But this is the only place we are using the emotes API. So I'm just debating if I should move it to his own. You know what? Let's do that. Hey Sam, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. We're just refactoring our code here. Pretty good. I'm doing pretty well. Just writing some Go, refactoring the code that we did yesterday for our chat overlay. Yeah, things are going well. It's just HTML and JavaScript. So what we ended up doing when I started streaming a while back, we ended up creating something called a server send event in Go. So a server send event server is just a fancy way of saying that you have a endpoint that is just keeps the request open. It keeps the connection between the browser and the server open. So it's like a WebSocket, but it's one way. So the server could send information to the client, but the client cannot send information back to the server. So we ended up writing something. We ended up making this in Go, which is just a fancy way for us to where is Relearn? Wait, where is it? I think I ended up messing up some of my stuff. Yeah, my toolbar is messed up. Anyways, so we have an endpoint called events. And then using JavaScript, we can connect to our events endpoint. And every time then we could subscribe to a set of events. I'm not sure why this is not showing correctly. So I wonder if there's a way for me to make it show the requests or reset it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. See your message showing up here. If I was able to figure out how to if I was able to figure out how to do I'm not sure what's wrong with my toolbar, so let's figure that out. My dev tool is broken. So I just need to reset it. Yeah, so well, it's mostly one way. So the server is the one pushing to the server. So that's not what I want. This is better. Yeah, so the way it works is that first when we're using the JavaScript, so using our JavaScript here, we connect to we open an event source by giving it the endpoint. So our endpoint is events. So right now what it's doing, because there hasn't been any events, it's just listening. It's just waiting for the server to write from it. So the connection for the way it's set is that the connection is going to be kept open. So it's using keep alive. So the connection between the server and the browser is going to be kept open until the server writes to it. But here's the catch: even if the server writes to it, we're not closing the connection. So if you post a message, so I'm going to post a message so you can see it. Sorry, I have to use like this UI is buggy. Yeah, so if you post a message, you can see the events coming through. And then if I unselect this and then select here, you get an event source, event stream, which has like the different types of the topics or the types of events that you're getting. And then I could take that and listen through here. Any examples? Yes, if you know PHP, there is an example in PHP here. If no, I am going to open source this Go package that I have by the end of the week. So you could look at that there. So you could just keep an eye on the stream, or you could follow my GitHub account. So this is my GitHub account. You could follow it, and then when I open source it, you could get a notification for it. But what it's doing, I could show you the Go code too. Just give me a second. Wait, no, let's not save anything. So we have a stream server here, and then that stream server itself, yeah. So the way it works is that we're using channels heavily here. So for the endpoint itself, we just have a for loop. So we have a for loop that is constantly just waiting for events to be published to a channel. And then when an event gets published to a channel, like here, it would then add it to, it would then send it to the client, right? And then the way that you write to it is just pretty much writing like how you write back to it. It's how you write back to if you're just doing like a REST API or serving a static HTML page. So you're gonna write a piece of it. So we're sending one line. And then the first line is the event type. The second line is the data that is part of that event. And then you tell the browser, hey, this is the end of this event. And then so you send a new line to it. And then you flush everything. So when you do flush, it just means that the server is going to flush all that information into the server. It's not going to wait for you to terminate the function, for example. So if this function never terminates unless the client disconnects. The other thing that we're doing is that we're hooking up into the Go HTTP library has a way for us to know when a client disconnects. So if a client disconnects, we're gonna get a close notify, which is another channel. So we're gonna listen for an event on that channel. If we get that event, then we're gonna publish that into our client disconnect channel, which just disconnects. Let's see. Which just removes the client it just removes the client from our topics. So the real user case for this will be if you're let's say that you're doing some like you need to send information, real-time information to the client, but you're in a network where WebSockets wouldn't work. So let's say that you're doing like, you see how the Twitch chat works, where you're getting real-time messages. Imagine that you're the one running those servers and you couldn't do WebSockets because WebSockets is a upgrade on the HTTP protocol, and some firewalls are blocking it from happening. So that means that your load balancers might not work correctly. Your infrastructure doesn't allow it, so you would do server send events because you don't have to do any fancy stuff. It's built on top of HTTP. It's supported. It already has encryption already handled for you. It has pretty much everything handled for you. So the only thing you have to do is just keep the connection open. First, so it's super simple to write. If you look at the PHP version example, it's super fast. So yeah, so that's it's very simple to do. It's mostly around networking. Thank you for keeping me hydrated, Copter. Yeah, so that would be like one of the reasons you would use it. The case will be more like my network doesn't really work. But at least you're keeping me healthy. In that, is that another one? No, it's the same one. But I'm gonna drink a bit more water here. Just more. I have 2 glasses today because I ended up running out. Okay. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. At the same time, I'm gonna run an ad so more people could discover the channel and they could see the channel as well. It's empty. There's nothing there. So I'll be right back. Let's put our break stream. Oh yeah, so sometimes I leave the camera on and then turn it off like 2 seconds later because it's like an overlay and there is no, so I'm using like a website that lets me control my the stream, but it doesn't let me turn off individual sources. So I have like an overlay group in OBS. It just doesn't let me turn it off. I could show that in the stream too. So see how it looks. So this is how it looks. The setup for the stream itself. So this is a camera. It's part of a alert group. But the issue is that the UI that I'm using see this whole thing as a group. So my options are turn off all the alerts or turn off the camera manually myself. So that's kind of why the camera was on before the screen was turned on. It's kind of sucky, but it does what we need, right? We could change between scenes, we could change the volume of the music. So okay, so we were gonna refactor some of the code. Oh, we were gonna write tests. Sorry, got very sidetracked. But yeah, we're gonna write tests. Ooh. Depends. You could make me drink water, or you could get me stretch. So SSB, you could make me stretch. I don't think I'm not sure how helpful will be for me to help you during the stream. I could help you afterwards. That's very funny. Yeah, so I'm not sure how helpful I will be as far as if I try to help you during the stream, but then I will get overhydrated and then pass out. Bye SSP, thank you for stopping by. I hope you put your points to use at some point. And don't let Cotter distract you. Don't make me drink a whole gallon of water over here. Okay, so we're gonna refactor our test. Copter, I will help you afterwards. Because I don't think I didn't fix this score, so people won't be able to hear you. Maybe I shouldn't do this one. I should just do the testing. Oh, let's do that. Let's fix the testing for the different packages that we're using. Yeah, let's fix the different packages that we're using, making sure that we have all the tests that we want. And then when we are done with this test, we could, in Go, you could import different test cases, so we could split out our tests more helpful. So some of our code could depend on other code test helper functions. So that would be the best way to do it. And that means we don't have to copy and paste a lot of the code. So if we create a way to mock the Twitch API here, we could reuse that to mock. We could reuse it when we start building our API and things like that. Okay, so this one is the one where we're using our global, the emo global one. So that we might have to figure out how that one works. If you're just joining, we are doing a bit of refactoring for our code that we have written in the past 2 weeks. We created the overlay on the top, which shows when, so it shows like our follower count, and it shows our my user handle on Twitter, GitHub, and also Twitch. We ended up building a notification that when you follow, when we have a new follower, it shows up during the stream. And then we also ended up building a overlay for the chat itself that just rolls in. If you have any questions on how those things were built, feel free to ask. So what I'm doing right now is just just cleaning up some of the code and fixing some of the tests that we have broken, and then also just going through and adding more tests. Or in some cases, we have no tests at all, so we have to fix that too. So yesterday we spent some time on adding a bunch of new Twitch APIs that we were using. So we ended up adding some for the emotes. We ended up hardcoding the URL. So we have to go fix some of those things. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's more of like tidying up the code, making sure that it's usable and it's readable. So here, one cool thing that you could start doing that some of the Go packages are doing is creating a auction. So you could do auction or config. Let's go with config. And then here, you could have a config structure, right? And then that config structure, you could pass a URL. So you could pass like Twitch It has to be capital. So Twitch URI, and then you could do something like it's a string, and then we have client ID, and then now we have bash URL, right? And the cool thing is now is that we could change our function to, we could change this here to just take a config, a pointer to config. And then, yeah, we have to change these things more, but we could just do conf.twitch URL. And we could do also just here again. Client ID. It's not Twitch. So we could add more variables. Sorry, we could add more arguments. Sorry, new fields to our config structure, and then it's, let us just add more things as we go, and without having to go and change the class. But you might have to check if it's empty or not. So that's kind of what one of the cool things that you could do. So what I'm doing now is I might have to check. So I think this one will fail, but I will add a check here that says if conf is empty. So we want to make sure that it's never empty. So if it's empty, we're going to return an error saying that it cannot be empty. So we are going to just be like, can I? Oh. It's better if I just do error that new. Say errors that new. Yep. If I do this here, I could just be like which client config cannot be null. And have to change this to lowercase. Okay, so we're checking there that we are not getting a null. And then the next thing we have to do is we need to check so the requirements. So we have a set of requirements here. We are requiring if conf that. So we could use the 0 values to check if they're and like replace it, but I don't want to do that. I want the user of this library to just tell us the different URLs, to always tell us the different URLs. So if they pass a empty string for the Twitch URL, we are just going to also return an error saying, hey, so here we are going to do error new, and we could be Twitch URL cannot be empty. So this is kind of the error handling we're going to have to do for all of this. So the difference between using this and the arguments is that for the arguments, all the arguments are required. You have to pass an argument. In our case, if you use a struct, they're not required. So you have to check them yourself. So this is pretty much what I'm doing right now. So I'm going to end up refactoring this a bit more too. So let me close this. Again, we are trying to make the code cleaner, because at the end we want to make sure that we're going to open source this. Let's see, Twitch. Yeah, so we want to make sure that this is usable by other people when we open source it. Twitch badge. So we're using the badge URL to be able to get the badges themselves. So that's kind of what we're doing. Then here we also need the client ID. So the client ID is you need it to be able to make some requests to the Twitch API. Here. Okay. Cool. So we have all of that. And it's errors, not error. And that's kind of what I get for copying and pasting without saving first. Okay. So we're checking that all the fields are there. If they're not there, we are gonna get an error. Okay. And I could move this whole thing to its own file. So let's do that. So we could make a new file and just move all of these things to its own, like a method. And then we could do a method inside of the config saying to do the check for us. We are just gonna validate it, and we're gonna just take all of this and put it in here. So we're gonna put it in there. Some of these things will change. I don't think this one doesn't have to be in there, so it has to be here. And so if it's, we are gonna do if error of validate. So we're gonna validate it. If we get an error, if it's not equal to null, but then we're just gonna return here. And we're just gonna return the error. And then we're gonna change this to return an error. Oops. And we're only gonna return one thing, so we could change this a bit more. Oh, I copied too much. We don't need any of this. Here, this belongs here. And this one belongs here. We save it. And we just have to change, oh, we just, yeah, let's call this com. And then here we just return nil because there's no errors. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to be able to let the clients use these errors for matching. So let's say that the URL, we could make this into constant values, so we could do matching later on. So instead of checking for nil, you could check for a specific message. So we could do missing Twitch URL. Oh wait, is it? It's this one. No, it has to be a value. Yep. So they're gonna be values. And for now, I'm just gonna close this. And then we just have to do the same thing for all of them. So here we are going to replace this one here. And yeah, so we're going to have to do it for all of them. So the goal here is to be able to give whoever is using a library could match against, could do like if equals error missing URL, then do something else or something, something like that. It's more for convenience. And for ourselves, we have our errors in one place where if you edit it there, it's going to cascade down to every other place. Error missing. So we have that there. And here we are just gonna add um yeah, so our errors are in one place, and we could just if we need to change it, we just change it in that one place. So most Go packages do this with their errors. Okay. Oh, I made a low case. Okay, that was my mistake. Cool. So we have everything there. Now we have to go to our test file, and you just have to make sure that our current test starts passing again. So here, this is completely different now, because instead it now takes a pointer to a config structure, and it takes a Twitch URL, which in this case is the URL. It takes a client ID, so client ID, and here we're not using the badge API, so we could just fake it. So we could just give it like localhost. Yeah, so we're not going to use it here, so we could do local and just send it to the localhost. Nothing is going to be connecting to here, so it doesn't really matter here. We just need it because if not, it's going to throw an error. And then we just change this to just take conf. So this test is doing something cool that you can do with tests. If you give it a different name between the package and the package itself and the test package, then you have to use all the you cannot use private methods. So that's what we're doing here. So to be able to access the conf, we have to send the package name to it. So that's kind of why the Twitch package is being imported there. So we go here. Then we run our tests, see what happens. Okay, so our tests themselves are passing. I need to remove that print line from it, but okay, so that's passing. Here's the cool thing. So if you do coverage, so if you do, I can't remember the name of it. So there is a way to get a nice coverage HTTP. Go test coverage. So I always forget how to get the HTML file. But if you do cover, or yeah, I think it's cover. Yeah, you could get the coverage for the test themselves. And then if you do HTTP, so if you do an output like this, so first if you send it where you want to save it, so if you do something like cover profile and then you get a file, it's gonna print. So it's gonna look something like this, which is just like all the symbols, all the lines in the different tests. All the different files that were executed. So the cool thing is that you can do something like this, and now it gives you like the different packages that are in here and the different things that were not tested. Right, so the different lines that were not tested. So we are not testing our get user method. So you can see it's red at us all. So I usually don't try to test some of these errors because some of them are very hard to trigger. For this one to be triggered, you might have to do something like disconnecting from the network or something like that during the test. But you could test some of these things, right? So you could test like getting the different badges and things like that. Yeah, right? It makes it so easy. Oh yeah, don't get me started. It is sadder. It's like I don't think it's the issue is mostly because people cannot agree with how testing in no should be done. Like everyone wants to use their own thing. That's kind of what I like about Go. It's like it's so opinionated. Like it gives you the package to run the test. It gives you the tools to be able to do like test coverage, right? You don't have to go and figure out like, oh, should I use this library or should I use this other library? It's like the tool itself just the language itself gives you the tooling that you need to be able to write proficient code. And that's my rant. Okay. So I don't usually test for errors. My goal when I'm doing looking at test coverage is to get at least 85%. If I have 85%, that's kind of enough. If I'm doing like any edge cases and things like that, that comes from it too. The other thing I try to do is if I find a bug, I will try to write a test to trigger that bug. So we might end up doing that for when we start debugging some of the issues that we have with our library. Like for example, I don't think their overlay is working right now. Is that? No, that's not the overlay. This is the overlay. So maybe it's... Oh, I broke it. Great, I ended up breaking it. Okay, let's fix that. So I broke it because I ended up changing how the Twitch API package gets the information. So I'm creating the API. So oops, this is not needed. This is also not needed. So this is what I'm doing. It's not needed. It needs to change. So I want to fix that so we can get the overlay working again. So and we're just gonna get rid of this here. So we could even try it out to see if our code works correctly. So we could just do Twitch off. And then here, if we leave it like this and we try to run it, see what happens. Yeah, so it starts showing errors because we're doing a bit of error handling here. So I think I deleted too much. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's not. We do it. We do Twitch URL, and then in the configuration, in the main one, we already have the URL, I think. Or no, we don't have the URL. We don't have the URL, so I will leave a note here. Okay, so we will have to change that, but for now, I'm just gonna add this one here. And then we could also go back and test. Wait, we need the client ID. But for now, let's just mess around with our testing. Sorry, not the testing, the erroring that we just did. So we are gonna do this here. Then back here, we are gonna run it again. And then because the badges API is missing, it's gonna turn an error. So I have to look for that URL. Which is right here. So these ones are hard-coded too, so we should fix that. So we need to move all of this back. Yeah, we're gonna have to move all of these things back to a config file. And then we have client ID, and then client ID is definitely in here. Yeah. Close this. Yeah. Well, yeah, I enjoy Go testing a lot because of this nice setup. So the first thing we should test is get user. So the get user method just brings the user API from Twitch. So another thing I just do usually is just I go to get user. So I take their API samples. Sometimes it doesn't really work that way where the samples themselves are broken. But in the case of Twitch, it works correctly. So I'm gonna just take this sample. I think I saved it. Wait, no, yeah, I did save it. Yes, sir. Okay, so Go has this thing called well, not has this thing. Go developers follow this thing called table-driven development, which just table-driven development and also golden files. So a golden file is a file that has a response that you're expecting from any client. It could be JSON. It could be pretty much any kind of structure. The goal is that you could take that and then you could save it, right? You're able to save it so that you could check what the API is sending and what you're receiving if you're marking it, for example. So what I have here is just a response from the Twitch server, and we're going to be using that for our testing. If we should go back here. And here we are going to our test file. And we're going to start testing our get user class. Sorry, method, not class. So it's the first one. So we're going to create a new function here and just call it user or just get user. We pass a pointer to the testing.t struct interface as is an interface. So here now we have all the information. We are going to change this a bit here. We have to maybe I think we could reuse this. Can we reuse it? Yeah. Let's reuse this. Because we have a test server that we were already using. Let's see. Test. So I'm calling it locase test. So I know that it's a test function. But if it's a locase, it doesn't get executed when you use the go test command. So here, this is just creating the client. It's gonna return a Twitch. So it's gonna return it's gonna straight up just fail. So it's only gonna return one thing. So it's gonna return a Twitch API, a pointer to the Twitch API, and it's gonna return a test server. Because we're starting the test server and we have to close it, so we are gonna start a test server here. I'm gonna return a test server. So it's gonna return two things. So here we're going to return the API and we're going to return TS. This is supposed to be a pointer here. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of this here. And we take T. So we take the testing class here. Wait, what is complaining about? Oh, I have HTTP and it's supposed to be HTTP test. Okay, so that should do it. And then here, we are gonna go up here. We need a channel. Okay, we figured that out. Okay, so here we are gonna do You're gonna do API, and we're gonna do TS, and we're gonna do test create client, and it just takes T. And then we have to defer t.close. So we want to close. We don't want to close the server in our test create client, because the issue that happens there is if you close it there, it's just gonna by the point that we start using it, it's not gonna be there, and it's gonna fail. So I'm just gonna pass the channel tier too. But yeah, that's kind of the cool thing about it. So okay. So where we are? Oh, here. So here we just need to make sure that we pass the channel ID. So we're refactoring our code to reduce the amount of copy and pasting. So the amount of duplicated code we're gonna end up with. What did I do? Oh, I missed the typing. Okay, so we're trying to reduce the amount of code we're gonna copy and paste that we need to do copy and paste just in general between our tests. So we have a test right now that does something very simple. It takes sorry, not a test, a function that just takes the test interface and the channel ID, and then returns back to the caller a instance of the Twitch API client, and it returns an instance of our test server. We might need to figure out how to configure this, but we will leave it for when we start using that. Okay, so here in our case, I just have to do this part here, where we take that, and we want to just start using our test API. So our test API, there is something else we have to change. I forgot. We need to pass this server the response, and we need to change the path. Oh, this is more tricky than I expected. We are kind of doing it already here, so I wonder if we could just reuse this to also return an instance of. It's not taking the channel ID. Okay. So this one here. Okay, I see. So this one here is just a subset of this one. So we could just change this a bit. We need to change. We need the path. So the endpoint. So endpoint. So the endpoint is where we're going to be making the request, because we are testing one of the tests that we're doing is that we want to make sure that we're calling the correct endpoint, and so we were forcing our test server to have the endpoint itself. So this is just endpoint. So yeah, so when our test server, our Mac server starts up, we are also setting the path that we're expecting for the server to reply on. So if we call the wrong path, we would know. So that's kind of one of the cool things that it does. I think it's supposed to be like this. So. So here, cool. So that will do. And we just need to change this one to also contain the endpoint, but our endpoint is going to be a bit different. So cool. So the test endpoint for our user, for our Mac server should be different. So test endpoint. So this one is going to be. I don't even know what I'm doing. I see. That's weird. So it's going to be this one here, and then it's going to be the user ID. We are going to pass the user ID, so the user ID could just be 1 in this case. Yeah, it's gonna be 1. Then now we have a way for us to call our API. So try that out. So now if you do error, so it returns a user and then returns an error. So if you do API.get user and we pass 1, it's supposed to string. So pass 1, we do if error is not nil, then we do t fatal. So we just return an error saying that we couldn't do anything. Get user and fail to run get user with, and then we return the error that we got from the API. And then for now we're just gonna print it. I also missed something else, so this will not fully work because the response that we're expecting to get, the file that we're looking at, is hard-coded here too. So we need to change the response file here. Response path. So we need to tell our test server what it should return back. So that's kind of what we need to do it here. That's why it wouldn't work before. So I believe we call the file user response. And then yeah, we can just print it. So let's see if this works. Oops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Yeah, so we have our response back, and then if we trigger our test 2 again, so now we're our 62% test coverage, because now we're testing. Before it looked something like this, where user was not being tested, get user was not being tested. This is how it looks now. Again, I'm a bit hesitant to start testing for the errors because you have to do some weird things to trigger the error. Like for example, to make this one fail here, I need to make sure that the JSON that we're passing is invalid. So at that point, I don't. We're already handling the error, and then we're returning an error saying that it's parsing. I'm not sure if we need to go that far to be able to test these things. And again, I don't go for 100%. I go for 85. I think 85% is enough to know that your code is covered enough. Okay, so we did get user, which was one that we were not testing before. There's another one that we might check. Yeah, so we're not testing get badges or get global badges. That is the one that we have to test next to make sure that it's doing what we want. Okay, so we could just create. I'm just gonna take these method names and create tests for them. And we're gonna do it at the end. So here we are gonna create new one. So tests get badges, and we're gonna take t, which is a pointer of interface t or struct t. Oh, I thought it was an interface for some reason. It's not, it's a structure. Okay, cool. So here we are now testing for the badges. What is Beam hard time? I am very like I try to keep it as minimal as I can. So I do this already for the arrows. There is, yeah, I might look into it. So I disable the arrows, so I don't use the arrows anymore. But I do. You're right. I should stop using repeating myself, but it could be fun. I should also use W too, right? But I kind of just yeah, I think that like I have to force myself to do it. So maybe as part of the next stream I will probably do that, where I use that plugin. Yeah, the plugin itself, the Soda is suggesting is a plugin that would disable my. So the way I move between in BIM is by using JK. So I'm using these keys to move, and I'm repeating it over and over again. So yeah, so I don't use any of those. But you're right, I should definitely start using them. So maybe the next thing I would do is like during the stream, I will probably just turn this, try to use this. So I don't use any of those. I don't use F. I don't use F. I don't use B or slash. Oh, I do search though, if that's what the slash one is doing. You're like, I'm suffering watching you move around. So I learned how to use Vim like 3 years ago, but it was mostly like, how can I just become efficient with it? No worries. I like the suggestion. So one thing I wanted to learn how to use is the home roll. So using JK, sorry. So I use J and K to exit move. So I wanted to learn how to move with this. So I ended up disabling the down arrow keys. So I don't have my beam setup doesn't have arrow keys turned on. But I will save this for maybe the next stream. I will force myself to do that. And no worries, I like the suggestion. It's a good suggestion too. It will make me move faster. Okay, so there's also $sign. I think the $sign does also something else. I just sort of think that will happen here. We need also a TS badge server here. And we need to close that too. Oh, there is count too. See, that's the one that I struggle the most. Is like how to use the counting ones. They are the coolest ones, right? So I could do like, I could do 4 and then W and just jumps all the way, or I could do 4 and then J and just jumps all the way. So that's the one that I need to figure out the most. But also I have to remember that I have to press the 4. Okay, which I think is also probably laziness. Okay, so we're gonna return we have to update our here. We're gonna have to return 2 of them. So we're gonna return one for our Twitch API and then another one for our server. Try setting related. I will look that up. Yeah, thank you for the suggestions. Like, also if you see some weird stuff in my code, please also say something. So I will try that out. So I will give that a try to set relative numbers too. See if that helps. Okay, so we have to start a new server. So we're gonna start 2 of them. We're gonna call this bad. Yeah. So the reason we need to start 2 of them is because one is gonna be for our regular API, so for the regular Twitch API. The other one is gonna be for our oh wait, we need to start? No, we could just do one. And then turn it on and off. Which one we return? So, okay. Or, no, wait. Oh, yeah, we don't need to do that. We could just reuse the same one. Let's just do that. Because we have control over the path, it doesn't matter the URL. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter which server, which test server replies back. Yeah. So here, we are changing this. And we're changing our path. So I need to open this again. So this is global, and we're testing. Wait, which one are we testing? Oh, this is channel. Okay, so we're testing channel, and then we have to do here. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestions, if chat has any suggestions of things I should be doing that could improve my my coding or improve my usage of Vim, just go for it. It will not be rude or annoying. Well, I'll take that back. It could be rude and annoying the way that it's presented, but if it's presented in like Sura did, you should definitely go for it. Okay, so now we have our channel endpoint, and then we could do again if we are going to use our API. So we're going to do badges, and then we're going to do error, and we're going to do API. Thank you so much for the follow, TSBTW15. I'm not sure why the notifications are not working. I really think we have like a really bad bug going on. Oh, it crashed because I was doing something bad. So yeah, so we have our first bug here. So we should fix that. After I finish this test, we could fix that. I wonder why it did that. So that was gonna be interesting to figure out. Okay, so we're getting the channel badges. So here we are gonna do, we're gonna pass the channel ID. Then we're gonna check for the error. So again, we're gonna just ts that, sorry, t fatal. We don't want any other test to run if we are not able to connect to the client. And then okay, so that we handle that error. Let's see what is in here. Okay, oops, that's the wrong one again. We are gonna run it again. That's copter. Okay, so we're getting a bit of information. So here is where the golden files become very useful. So first, even though I am getting a 75% coverage, I am not doing any other testing, right? I'm not testing the output of the API. So one thing we could do is that, so for testing we have user, so we could start writing. We could write to a file, right? So the way it will work is that we could use, I think IO util has a way for us to write to a file. Yeah, so we're gonna write to a file. What does it take? So this is where the golden file, like using golden file in testing becomes helpful. Because you could write to our test data user. We should move that to value. We could be want file. And then in here, since we have this, we can just copy it and put it. So now the way it's gonna work, we are gonna add a flag. So you're able to add your own flags to the test package. Is there any examples of doing that? So you are able to add your own test flags, sorry, your own flags to the test command. If I can find it here, I will go somewhere else to find it. Nope. Wait. Okay, so usually I just go to console. So I have like a set of open source projects that I use for examples of how to do certain things. And then we look for okay, so yeah, so this is how it looks. So you're able to add flags to a test. So if you add a flag to your test, something like in our case we want to do here. So we add a flag called update, and we pretty much just copy and paste it from there. But we only want to update our golden files when it changes. So we would do something like this. Is it a pointer? I think it is a pointer. Yeah. So update, and then here, oops. Here, we are gonna write to that file. What is so bytes? Okay. So we cannot really do user. We have to use something else. So I'm just gonna call a user here. Got user. But what we need to do is we're gonna marshal it to bytes. Sorry, to JSON, and then save the JSON to it. Oh, we need this too. So we need to set the permission for it. Okay, so we have now, we could do something like error, and we could use JSON.marshal. Marshal. This one. Yep. So yeah. So this one returns two things. And then in here we just put a user that we just got. Hey, thank you for the ray. J combo. Yo. Thank you so much for the ray. How's it going? How's not J combo, join combo. How's it going, J combo? How's your project going? Cool. Nice. We ended up building our, wait, what is, so we messed up some things and our overlay is crashing. But we kind of had the overlay for chatting running and working. Oh, there we go. So wait, is it? No. So for some reason it's crashing. We have to figure out why it's crashing. But our chat overlay kind of works. So if I send a message into the chat, we get it. But for some reason it's crashing. I don't know. I made some changes. I might have broken some stuff. So yeah, I broke some stuff. So I have to figure out what I broke. Because I'm refactoring some of the code, and there are 0 tests for this code, so I probably broke some stuff. That's probably it. But what I'm doing now is just refactoring, make sure that the code is tested. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for the ray. So you're working on the billing progress. Oh, big progress. Oh, how's So you're using WebSockets. Is the client talking back to your server, or you're just using WebSockets one way? Uh, Cool. So what I'm doing now is I am taking the response from so I'm taking the response from our API, our test API, and then I'm saving it. If we pass a flag, we pass a flag to the test command line update, it will then update our file, so it will write to this. And then if it fails, it's gonna return fatal. Now the thing that we need to do is we need to open that file. So we're gonna do want, and then here we could do something like error. So we are going to open using utils again. We're going to read the whole file. So this is the file that we're going to be writing to. So we're going to read the whole file again. And then we are going to compare. So we could do want is not equal to God user. So at this point, we're comparing things at the so if the response that we got from the server after we marshal it back doesn't match the response that we got back from that we have saved in our golden file, that means something is broken. Wait, what is that? I don't think it's not real. Sorry, it's refile. Yeah, so if the so if they don't match, that means something is wrong with our API, how we're parsing information or something like that. But in this case, it's like super easy for us to do some kind of testing. Let's see. User, oh, it's not user. Oh yeah, we're doing user. User doesn't match. Got. And we should just wrap it because it's gonna be JSON. So, and we could really want, and then we just need to do the conversion here because we're comparing bytes. So we have to do the string and then pass want. Wait, sorry. Got user. So we turn it into a string. We missed something. And then here we're gonna do string, and we are gonna be using want. Oh wait, I thought you could. I guess I should turn it into strings. Oh wait, no, there is a command for it. There is you can use byte equal, which takes two of them. So it takes want and got user, and then it does a comparison for you. So this one will do it. So if it's not equal, right? So this will do the comparison for us. So let's see. We need to check error. Again, because we want to just exit out as fast as we can. So we could be like fail to open golden file with, and then we're just gonna end the test there. Oh, this one's messed up too, so we have this one. And we're not checking for an error here. So if the JSON is invalid, it's just not gonna do anything. Oops. And again, if it's not nil, we want to just fail. And then here we could do fail to parse, fail to Marshall. So now that we have that, we could rerun our tests here and then do update. Oh, well, let's first run it without update, see what happens. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. Run it without update first. It failed here because he couldn't open the file. But now if we go back here and we do update, it's gonna update it. And then our tests are gonna pass. I should probably get rid of this here. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so that's kind of the cool thing about Golang files is that you're matching the content of the file. And this is how it looks. So I gave myself permission to drink water. Unless you have points to use, I'm gonna drink water. Okay, so this is the content of our Golang file. It's just what we expect the API to respond. And then if we rerun it again without the flag, it just works. So it works correctly. So I didn't say it. Yeah, so it works correctly. And then the cool thing that we could also do is that if we go here and let's say that we change our Golang file and we take off this here and we rerun it again, our test will fail because it doesn't match, right? But if we do this and we do update again, our test for the first time will be passing. So our test pass. So that's kind of the cool thing about using the Golang files is that you can just constantly update. If you change the structure of your data or something like that, you can just pass the update flag and it will fix it. If you don't pass the update flag and you run it, when the structure changes, it's gonna fail. So it overwrites the file, but in some cases, most of the time when you're doing it in a like CI, you are not going to use the update flag. The update flag is only meant to be used by developers, for example, when they're changing the structure. Okay, so that means that our file here works. We kind of could change. Can we change? Yeah, we could wrap this whole thing into a function. So we could just do that. So we could wrap in a function where we could constantly use it for other cases in here too. So we could use it for our global badges and our user badges. So that's kind of what we're gonna do next. We could change this to God, so it could be easier for us to keep track of naming. And here we're gonna change this to God, because it's not gonna be users anymore. It's just gonna be anything that we pass to it. Okay, so let's just rerun again. Ooh, I know it. Okay, so I could take all of this here. And then again, I'm just gonna make a help for a help function here. I'm gonna compare files. Why are you so sad? Oh, thank you for the stretch. But you're keeping me healthy. I'm stretching. I'm stretching here. You're keeping me hydrated. See, I'm gonna take for that. You get double. I'm gonna drink water too. I'm gonna hydrate here. Wait, I thought you were in a streak. How come? Like, are you not making points fast enough anymore? Because you went from like having a lot to having none. I wonder what happened. What do? Oops, I see. But you have to promote other people to start. Okay, so it takes an interface, so we could just do just gonna value and then interface. So in Go, you could, if you don't know the type, you could just call it interface. That's how you do it. So you could just empty interface, and that means that anything that you pass to it, it just turns into an interface. And that's kind of how Marshall works here. So Marshall itself just takes an empty interface type B and then turns it into, sends it to the encoding. Unless you have points for doing polls, I wouldn't do one. See, everything here is so. Yeah, you need points to do you need points to be able to do a pool. Sure, okay, go for it. It cannot be anything about gaming though. Gaming only happens on Fridays. So okay, user and font file name. Do you want to help developing? Do you want help developing your Twitch channel, or do you want me to keep you healthy? Keep me healthy. So here we're gonna do, I should place that there. We're gonna do want file name. Then we do user, which is our value. And then here we pass T because we want to do all the validation down there. Okay, so we can just rerun this again. Cool. And then we can test our test files. Works. Okay, so our test file here is doing most of the work. Ooh, I should probably change this a bit. No, that's fine. Yeah, so our test file is doing all the work. Now the cool thing is that if I go back here and I take this here, and then go back to our badges function that we were working a while back, we could just do the testing here where we pass that here, and we pass, instead of users, we pass badges, and we call this channel badges. Right, so now we run it, we save it, and then we run it. We're gonna create our golden file, then we check. So so now this is how our badges look like. So that's good. And then if you just take the update flag, it just works. So that's kind of the cool thing about Golden Files, is that you... Oh, that's a good one. So there's a poll. You're watching and you want to participate in the poll. You get to pick what is the focus of my next project after I'm done with this. Also, maybe the next poll should be like the language that I use. So it could be a combination of, I think the first one should be being the language, but there could be a combination of the language that I use and then the kind of project that I build. We're gonna crowdsource it. Yeah, if you're watching and you want to pick the next project that I work on after the overlay is done, and we have done some of this, Copter started a poll lottery. You could take part of it. So Copter wants us to work in a Discord. Well, wants us to work together in a Discord console chat client thing. And then the other one is web development. Yeah, I don't think you have that. You don't want to waste your points. Points have become valuable. Okay, so that works. The next one that we need to do is we need to do the global one. So if we go back to our test coverage, see, open the wrong browser. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, so this is how it looks. So the way it looks is now we are testing our get badges. We're testing all of this, and we are testing all of this. The only one missing is get global response, which is the next one I'm gonna do. So then, cool. And I think that will get us to 80. I take 80. Okay, so the next one is, again, going back here. So we're just testing ID tests for things that we added yesterday for ourselves. I'm not sure if they are around. I'm not sure if they're around. I thought they left a while back, but they could be back. Oh, there they are. Cool, welcome back. Get global badges. If you're watching, I hope you both, because the stake of what we work on this channel is on your hands. Okay, test. This is not channels anymore. Okay, so here we are. Okay, so I will give you an overview of what to pick. So web development, website development is just, I will just find some kind of project around web development and I will build it. So it might just be building WordPress, a Discord bot, or server dev. So that one is just building necessary tools for us to be able to run a Discord community. The third one is working on creating a Discord client. That one is a bit more scary because it's Discord doesn't like when you do that. The other one is something else. If you vote for something else, then you should post it in the chat what that something else will be. But that's kind of it. So if it says tie, then I'll get to pick what it's gonna be, and it might be learning C++ during the stream. So the web development one will probably use Go. Most likely we use Go. The Discord bot will use Go too. Work on console in Discord will probably just use JavaScript. Maybe TypeScript. But yeah, so that is there. So thank you. So web development is winning. That's a tiebreaker. What will be for web development? Something that uses Go. Maybe like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we are now gonna use we're gonna test global. So we need to look into global. No, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. No cheating allowed. So for this one, we don't even need the channel. We are just gonna pass all of this here. Oh wait, this is not right. What? Ooh, tricky. So we're kind of cheating here. So the way it's working right now is that we are not using our server for any of those. So that's a good thing that we looked at that. So okay, we're gonna get rid of this. We don't need any more. We don't need to use this function anymore because we're not passing everything. Don't you wish you could use add here for everyone? Yeah, you cannot use that here. I was just saying that it would be nice if you could use that here. Okay, so we have our global badges. Then we're gonna change this to global. So one thing I didn't notice is that we're pinging the Twitch API directly still, at least for this test, which is kind of good. It's weird that we're not getting to. Oh, it's because it's dragging the whole thing down. Let's see where we are. You open a different browser tab, so here we go. So we're already 79. Okay. Ooh, web development 1. Okay. Cool. So we're hitting the Twitch API directly, so we have to fix that. That means our API is not working. Our test server is not working correctly. But I'm not sure if you have the necessary data. We have global badges. Where's the global? Yeah. No, we only have this one here. Which is empty. So let's remove that. So curl Demons run returns all the badges for a channel, and then we're just gonna save it to channel. We have another poll, and okay, so we have channel badges, and then we will do response. So we are going to store the response from the Twitch API here. Oops, wait, what did I do? I guess that one didn't work. That one doesn't work either. It's one of these ones. Wonder why I broke. Let's see, that worked. Let's just do a replacement. Okay, that works. We are gonna send it through with this. So right now I'm just writing tasks and just going through it, going through our API responses that we're getting from the Twitch API and saving it so we could reuse it for our tests. So the first one I'm saving right now is the one for the specific channel. So we have a bug where our test was not, it was pinging the Twitch API directly instead of using our test Mac server. So we could fix it right now. So the issue is that our API for our batch server is hardcoded here. And the way that we fix that is just by using the conf file that we used before. And then here we just do batch URL. Cool. And then here we are just gonna run our test again. So the global file is missing. So it's gonna fail very hard. And then it's just gonna return a 500 error because that one's missing. So the poll is very interesting because now if it's a tie, I get to pick what I'm gonna do between between Node.js and C++. So we might do web development in C++ as our next project. So brace yourself. So we want global. Let's make it show up. Okay, so global gives us all the badges across Twitch. Cool. We have a new follower. Sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. Little waffle. Is it waffle? Yeah, little waffle. Cool. Nice name. Okay, so we should see what that test response is. It's so big that it crashes. Let's not do that. Oh, wait. Yeah. Nope. It's really bad. Oh. Okay. So let's do that. Not open that one error. Okay. So now we can just rerun it again. Okay. So we are passing again. Now there is our overlay is not working, it's crashing, and I know why. It's because we're returning where the Twitch API is returning a 400 error, which just means that we are not is not authenticating correctly. So that's kind of the thing that we will have to fix. We could write a test for it. So like I said before, as we go and we start facing bugs like this one, where like it doesn't start for no reason, it doesn't start at all. We could write a test for it. And as part of the test, we could just return a 400 error so it doesn't crash. So what we need to test right now, which I have to teach our Mac server, is that if I pass a token and the response and doesn't match, it should throw a got access header client ID is missing. So instead of doing this, where it's like throwing an error, we should throw a 400 error, which just mean not authorized error. So we just throw an error like that, and then so when we throw the error, you can see what the client does, right? So the test server the Mac server that we have is able to get the different pieces of information that we're passing to the Twitch client, to the Twitch API, and one of them is to get the client ID. And the issue that we're having here is that we are not passing the correct client ID to our API. So the API itself is just failing because it doesn't know what to do with that. And it shouldn't do a hard crash. So that's kind of the issue that's happening. It's doing a hard crash. So we have to fix that too. So we're gonna write a test for it. So here we need to change the status code. So I can't remember how to change the status code. So we set a status code. Oh, this is not what I want. So we set the status codes, and then we're gonna return and let this client itself handle it. HTTP server. So no, I don't want to write the header. There's one called HTTP error, so let's see what that one does. Yeah, so I'm just refactoring the code that we ended up writing a while back, in the past couple of days, to make sure that we are able to handle, like we have the error cases handled correctly. We have all the different behaviors that we expect our server to be able to handle. It's working correctly. So including if there is like any kind of issue where we cannot authenticate, we shouldn't do a hard crash. We should just return an error here. And I'm gonna just fake some. I'm gonna not send anything here. So, oh wait, takes a writer. So we're gonna write to it. Then here we are gonna do. So the message is empty. Then the status code. So HTTP that, and then status, and we want. Let's just look at all of them. Or sorry, yeah, 400. Status bad requests. Oh, so this one is bad requests, which is kind of weird. But let's see if that's right. Bad requests. So we're sending a bad request back to the caller. And in our case, this is not called W. This is called RW, and then we're just gonna return. So now we just have to. Now we just gonna have to write a test that just goes through it, and let's see. So yeah, we're gonna add a test that just triggers a bad request. So a bad request in our case just means that our token is invalid, which our current setup doesn't support. We're gonna have to change that too. So what is happening right now is the Twitch API is returning a bad request. Then we get a message saying that we're trying to access a pointer that is null. So that means we need to like it's pretty much up the chain that we have. So our API is not handling that correctly. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. So we take T and then we're gonna do tests. In my case, I want to just create a client myself. So I'm just gonna take some of this here. Yes, I'm gonna do this here. We need to make this invalid client ID. So let's just take this whole thing. And then we're gonna make a fake request here. So this is kind of what it's expecting. So expecting client ID, but here let's just do something else. Let's just do test. So we're expecting to get this one. So our test Mac server is expecting to get this one. We are gonna send them this one. So let's see what happens. And the endpoints themselves don't really matter. Well, no, it does, because we want to do a real test, right? We want to test a real endpoint that we want to do a request to like get user, for example. So we need the endpoint here. So we're gonna do this endpoint. I think we need this whole thing here. Nope, let's just do that. Okay, so here we're gonna hit this endpoint to get a user. The response that we're expecting is user response. And then here we have the API. So in the API, we don't care about what this returns. We care about the error that it returns. So we're gonna do API that get user. We're gonna do user one here. So that means that we're pretty much getting everything. But what we do expect here is to get an error from our server. And I want to see how the API itself behaves. And since error is defined on top, we don't have to worry about it. So here, we are expecting an error. So here, if we say fatal, we are gonna, well, we don't need fatal, we need error. So we're gonna say, we're gonna expect an error here. So we should say expected an error, but didn't get one. Cool. So someone just rendered a ad time. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm gonna run a 60-second ad. See you guys in a bit. If you're a subscriber, thank you so much for subscribing. I very appreciate it. You subscribe to the channel, and I hope you're enjoying the content as well. Thank you again, and I'm gonna drink some water and hang out while the ad is playing. Welcome back. Thank you key. Is it key role? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you for requesting ad time. So that one doesn't work. Okay, so we did not get an error. So we need to check why we didn't get an error. So we requested the API. Yeah, so we requested the API. We didn't get an error, so this is supposed to return us an error, a 400 error. Sorry, yeah, 400. So we make the request. So here we made a request, and we just need to check where the error didn't happen. So we are kind of checking if the status code is not okay. So maybe something to do with our API server. So let's try that. So we're gonna print the response that we got from our API server. Yeah, so we're gonna run it. We got 200. Why did we get 200? Okay, so that means that our Mac server is not doing the right thing. So we can just go back to it. Okay, so our server itself is supposed to check here if it doesn't match. What weirdness am I doing? So we initialize our server with... Oh, that is my bad. This is the weirdness. So we need to have tests here. Now it should be failing. Okay, so it's spelling correctly. Cool. So that is spelling. So now the issue now is maybe we're just not handling an error. It's like we're getting an error and we're just completely ignoring it. So that could be the case. So we could go to our... so the way that you read panics in Go is from the top of the Go routine itself. So if there are multiple Go routines, you will get multiple each one will get a number assigned to it. But we only have one Go routine, which is the one that crashed. So the one that that crashed, first you see where the first function that called it. So wait, yeah, it is the first the name of the function that it fell in, and then you have the line where the crash started, and then you have like the different information that you might use for the crash. So we need to go to our server rc.go, and let's check line 75 first. So we check line 75, and this is our Go routine. Then we check line 120A, and this is where the crash happened. So the crash happened here because we had an error. So we were not able to get a request, but instead we just moved on. So this is where the bug is happening. Because here we get an error and we printed something. We say like something bad happened, but the issue here is like we still try to access Twitch user, right? And Twitch user is null. Oops. Twitch user is null on if there's an error. So here the thing that we need to change is we need to do if error is null, we just do this here. Because right now we don't want it. We have no way out of it. We have to do that, or we could do else. Let's do an else here. Yeah, so here we have an else which does all the work that we need. So if there is no error, we're gonna do else and it's gonna build it. Cool. So now that that is happening, I need to go back and see. Wait, sorry. We were here. We need to go back and see why is this happening. We are not able to make user requests. So going back to our Twitch client. Let's start with main. So in main we have Oh, we are passing the wrong thing to it. So instead of the channel ID, we need to pass the, where is it? We need to pass the client ID. That is the main issue. Okay, and that will fix our overlay. Yeah, we were passing the channel instead of passing the client ID. Oops, this is not a thing. You just need to go run main. So right now we're not creating binaries for this. We're just running the files directly. So this is kind of how it works. And we need to get rid of some of these print statements that we're getting. F. Yeah, so we're gonna get rid of this one here because we don't need it, and we're gonna get rid of this one here. And I need to check if there's more. I thought there were more. Nope. And then we could double check our tests. Okay, so we're handling errors. We are still below 85, so we could test some other errors. So let's just go back to our test coverage. So like the easiest way will be to test this. To be able to test, we could test these things here, right? That would kind of would be the easiest one. So we could do that. Let's do that one. And then we should also test some errors here. So if we test those two things, we will get to probably more, but I want to make sure that we test some other stuff. Okay, so what other stuff I want to test that are important? So I probably wouldn't handle this. No. Like some of these ones are very hard to test, and like some of them, maybe the different status codes. Yeah, that might be the best one, right? It's how we're handling different status codes might be the way to go. Okay, so let's do that. So we're gonna test multiple things. We're gonna test when we pass a end. We're gonna test all the configuration combinations that we could do. We're gonna test if what happens when we send a empty configuration value to our client. We're gonna test what happens when the validation is empty. So for example, if we don't have any, and if we pass a empty struct, and then we're gonna pass, we're gonna test another one where we pass invalid Twitch URL and see how that one behaves. Wait, this doesn't look right though. So we want to make sure that this one is the latest that we have. Okay, so this file is at 80, but our test coverage in total in this package is not on 80. So we should try to get it as close to 85 as we can. In this case, I will start testing some other errors themselves, but only the important errors. So for example, where's the status code? I think we're already testing status code. Yeah, we're testing status code already, so we don't have to test that anymore. So the next one I'm going to test is just the validation for the user itself. Yeah, so what we're doing right now is, again, we're refactoring, adding tests to our code because we didn't add any tests a while back to when we were building some of the overlays that were for the chat and for the bar we have on top too. We just didn't write any tests for it. So what we're doing now is just going back, writing some tests, cleaning up some of the code itself. So that's kind of what we're doing. So I'm gonna create a new test file. What time is it? I'm not good with time. It's now time to run an ad because someone requested, sorry, not someone, Keyroll requested us to run an ad. Not yet. Test config. So we're gonna test our configuration validation. So what will happen if a user? So we're gonna test multiple things. First, we're gonna test if we send a client. Almost. Why are you sad? It's a key roll. Am I pronouncing that right? Oh, so I decided to stream this week to stream a bit more. So I will be streaming from 2. So we start at 2 all the way to 6, maybe 6:15, 6:30. Oh, yeah, I did call him someone. Sorry. Or sorry for calling you someone, Kirol. Oh, all day. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. And also, we ended up building this as part of ours of building our own tools. So that notification is built here. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend anyone. So first we're gonna test our client. So we're gonna do twitch.new and we're gonna pass new. And then we could do error. And then here we could just do Twitch. Error. Egg. So we don't have this already created. So we're gonna have to create it. And then here we're gonna do that error. So we could test all of them in place. Okay, so here we are getting an error and it doesn't match what we expect. So we are gonna just print it out what we got back and then take it from there. The only issue now is that when I was creating the client, when I was adding the validation, I did not create this into its own error. So I should do this now. So we could check if it matches or not. So we could do that here. And then here, I'm going to do error, which we don't have yet. We should open our config file and then add it here. So because we're declaring our values, we could use something like this to match it, right? So we're saying if the error doesn't match the error that we're expecting, then it's just gonna fail. I think something weird happens here because I'm matching pointers, so I think I have to do something like I have to copy, yeah. So if I don't do this here, I'm just matching the pointers themselves, so it's kind of weird, but it looks something like this. Okay, then we could just run our test again. Okay, so we hit 80 with that one, and then we can check how much of our coverage. Sorry. So that one tested the end of it, so we got this one. Now we could test also this one here, right? So now here, oops, I can just close all this. So here, we could just do another test. And then here we could do repass a pointer. So we do config. So this is an empty struct that we're passing. So we're creating an empty struct, a pointer to empty struct. We run it again. We don't need a colon here because error was declared on line 10. So that's working. Cool. So there's that one. And then if we run our converter tool, this is how it looks now. So we now check for this one here, and we check for here. We're triggering this one here. So now we are at 82%. The next one I want to test is invalid URLs. So again, wait, that shouldn't have passed. Did it pass? No, it failed. Yeah, so the error itself is not what we expect, so we could change it. So we were expecting the API to fail, sorry, the validation to fail because the URL was missing. So the error that we're expecting is this one here. Okay, and that should match now. Oops. Yeah, so now we are passing our test again. And then we could just continue copying this over and adding different things to it. So here we are going to add a Twitch URL. And then we're going to run it again. It's going to fail because we're going to get that we're missing, instead of missing the Twitch URL, we are now missing the bash URL. So this is kind of how a user will go through it. And then here we are going to add the bash URL. So now we are 45 because we're missing our so now this one is just missing the client ID. Okay, so those are the ones we want. So now we made it to 85. So we just ended up testing kind of like just the errors themselves, but this here is now tested at 100%. This one is tested at 85%. So we could test this one a bit more. Maybe we could test the invalid URLs, which is what I was going for. Let's do that. So we could test the invalid URLs. Yeah. So I'm just gonna copy this and take it back to our Twitch client because those belong there. And I'm just gonna put it on top. So here I'm gonna create any test, just test invalid URL. So we are gonna pass. Oops. Here we're gonna pass this here. we're gonna add. Thank you for the follow, legendary Auburn hacker. Thank you so much for that follow. Cool name too. Client ID. Okay, so we have the client ID. Then we shouldn't get any error here. Yeah, we do. We should do get an error. So let's see what that error is. Oh, I wonder if our server crashed again. No. Yeah, so it's failing because it doesn't know how to parse this URL. Cool. So here we could just change this and say if error equals nil, we are gonna fail and say we are expecting an error. Cool. And then we could go back to our handy tool here, open it up, and now we are so close, so close. Oh, we could make the Twitch one fail too. It's weird that this one says 86 and this one says, oh well, it's not a file itself. This is a whole package now, not a file, so we should get the file to it. So the next one that we could test, just because we can, we're gonna leave that one there. So this is what happens when you start testing errors. Your tests just become just you're testing errors. So I'm just ending up testing our oops, open it twice. I'm just pretty much just testing the underneath package parser. Okay, I think that one got us over the mark. Yeah, so that one got us over the mark. But we just ended up testing. I guess it's good because we're testing that we're handling errors correctly for invalid URLs. If configuration values are missing, we're also handling that. And then for the errors for the requests themselves, we are also handling that information. So, cool. So that is that. Okay. The next one that we need to check is our RRC parser. So we need to make sure that we're testing this one. And again, this one is 80%. So pretty good testing. So we could look at how this one looks like. Okay, so again, not testing for errors that much, but we're testing for parsing errors in other places. Maybe here I should test for errors. Well, it's not testing for errors because there's one that is stopping us from going. So this one right here is the one that's stopping us from going. Is it this one? No. Where is it? Yeah, so this is the one that is stopping us from if we continue going, this is the one that is stopping us from going more deeper into it. And that's why this one down here is not being triggered. So this one is fine. Okay, and then we choose remove our coverage file. So the next one we want to go check is our so we want to go check our scanner. Okay, this one is 98, so that's good. Cool. Which one? So we could try this one. I think this is the bigger offender. The Biggest offender. Okay, so we have one is failing here. So our test is failing here. So line 21 is failing. What is this starting? Oh, this is starting new. So we make some changes how for badges and things like that. So we are taking. So this will also be a good candidate for using our configuration setup too. So how we ended up creating a config file, we should do the same thing here. Probably not. Let's not do that for now. So let's just fix this as. So we need to pass a Twitch client. So Twitch API. So twitch.new, and then we have twitch.conf, and then it's kind of doing it here. It's passing the Twitch server. Oh, okay, I see. This is starting our echo server, so we don't have to worry about it now. So here we are going to do Twitch API. We're doing Twitch conf here, which is a pointer to our twitch.conf file. Okay, so now here is where all the different things that we did to make it work correctly comes to play. So our test server will work correctly as long as we. So we could start a test server here. I wonder if that will work. So if I am inside of a test, can I do what did I call it? Twitch. So I wonder if I could access this package and use it. So here I could do something like Twitch API mock server, which is in here. And then at the bottom, which one is the one? We want to do this one. Okay, that is a mistake. So to get around it, I'm gonna cheat. So the issue that I have is I made it lowercase and it's supposed to be uppercase to be able to be accessed from outside. So I'm just gonna rename it. So I'm gonna rename it. Create client mock. So I'm gonna create a mock server. It's gonna take the same bar. It's gonna be the same exact signature as this one here, right? And then we are just gonna wrap the one under it. So we are making a public function called a private one that just pretty much does the exact same thing. Because I don't want to rename it right now. If I had to rename it, I have to go through the whole thing and rename it. So for now, I'm gonna do that. Okay, and let's see if this lets me do it. For right now, let's see. Let me close this over for now. It's better if I just comment this whole thing out. I think these test cases just became very stale as we were going and adding new things. So I'm just going to comment them out and try to bring this to the next level that we want. We don't need this. Just skip it. So why is this one complaining? Oh, it returns an error. So that's why it's complaining. We might just want to keep this around. And I'm just going to ignore this value for now. So here, we are going to just ignore this one for now. And we're going to check for this error. If error is not nil, we're going to do fatal here because we don't want to do anything else. Oh wait, Copter, are you around? What was the result of the last poll? Oh, yeah, I should get rid of this so we could run the test. Okay, so that is there. And then here we just want to start our test server, so our API mock server. So Twitch API mock equals, and we want to just see if we could just call this here. So I'm not sure if this is gonna work correctly. Because I haven't ever tried to access. So the thing that we're trying to do right now is trying to access a server. Right here, my client. That's a weird name too. It's not my client, it's a server. So what we're trying to do is access a. Oh, this returns everything that we need. So no, this is my client. So we might not have to have other stuff that we're doing if this works. So if this works, let's see if this works. It doesn't work. It's not able to find it because it's in a different package. That kind of sucks. What if I just get rid of this here? Then other things are going to start failing, but that's okay. We just have to remove Twitch from it. So we're going to remove Twitch from here. The goal is to be able to reuse our Mac client that we're creating for this test as part of as a higher level. So like something that is used at a higher level. So that's why I'm willing to make these changes. Oops, I think I took too much here. If it wasn't because if it's gonna let us reuse the code itself, I wouldn't have changed it. So let's see what else is broken. So this is broken, and this is broken. I think that's pretty much might be the only place that is broken. Nope. It's broken. And this is broken. The reason it's broken is because I changed the import. So before, how the tests were running was that they were running as part of a different package. When I changed it over, it just made it just freak out. So I'm just gonna rerun our test command to make sure that everything is working correctly here. Okay, so everything is working correctly here. Let's see if I could access it now. Let's see. So I wonder if there's like a blog post or something. It's kind of like a helper function. So yeah, they mentioned to go to files here. So this one doesn't have it. Usually I want to keep it next to the file, so okay. So that one doesn't do either. I think the last one might explain it. So that one's in the way there. I might have to do a bit more research for this. I really thought that there was a way to have like helper functions inside your test and be able to import it. I guess it's only I think it's only possible if you're in the same package. Yeah, I think it's only possible if you're inside of the same package. Oops, sorry. Hot. Thank you, SP. SSP. Sorry, hydrating. I guess it makes sense. You don't want other packages to be using. Yeah, you don't want other packages to be using your test interfaces. Ooh, that's a neat trick. No, the problem that I have. That could be cool, but I don't want to be passing a tag every time I run it. So I want something specific to for tests. So for context, the Go compiler has tags like this that you could mark files that are only going to be built for specific situations. So you could have Windows files and Linux files that are doing different things, but they have same interfaces in the same place. Okay, so I might just end up moving it to its own thing. So maybe I could just go test build tags. So maybe there's like a build tag that I could use. So if there's a tag that I could use, I wouldn't have to worry about it, and just like But I'm not sure if build tags gives you everything. So this one is supposed to also do the same. So okay, so I'm just gonna make a util. So inside of our Twitch package, that is what. So I'm gonna make a util package. That gives us those libraries that we need. So I'm gonna take some tests. I'm gonna go here. Oops. The only one I need right now is the ability to be able to. So I need this one, these three functions here. So I'm gonna take these three functions. Again, this is for reusability, to be able to reuse it again and again. So I'm gonna move it and just call it mock. That go. And here is gonna be package util. And I'm just gonna place these functions here. And my changes that I removed before, I have to add it back. So Twitch, because now we moved it to his own package, which is what we were doing before. We just have to add it back here. So it's kind of the goal. The goal here again, why I was kind of refusing to do this, but then I'm doing it now. It's just to make it a lot easier for us to reuse some of these APIs. I don't think we need this anymore. And then here it's just gonna be Twitch. Okay, and now the top part is I have to go back and fix our test again. So our tests that we're using, these functions have to change now. Oh, there's another one that I have to make. That's not what I want. There's a couple ones that I'm gonna have to make public. So I'm gonna make this public. Yeah, this one's public. This is gonna be public. And we're gonna go back to our tests. Then we have to change this to util. Can I call it test util? No. The name is very explanatory for now. So yeah, we went back and made some changes to our, oops, that's not right. And the other one's not right either, util. Okay, so, and this is couple T. So we have to go back and just change those there too. Oh, that also sucks because now it depends on itself. Oh wait. Oh, this is gonna be. Okay, so now it's a bit hurry because we have to go back and change this back to using Twitch. See, shortcuts are not good. I ended up taking a shortcut where I didn't want to. First, I didn't want to rename the functions the right way, and then I wanted to just use. Didn't want to split it up into a different package, so I ended up having to do the work twice. Yeah, so I ended up having to do the work twice. So I ended up renaming this files. It's less this time. So Twitch. The issue now is because Go doesn't allow circular dependencies, and the compile will just refuse to compile the code. I have to go back and make the changes to be able to allow it. So we're gonna run it again, and I misspelled one. So it's 18 or 14. Yeah, 18. Okay, so I run it again. Cool, so that's passing again. And that means I could go back to this function here, and I could just use util. Use util, which it doesn't know where to look for it because I started it. Let's see if it does. Nope, it doesn't look. It doesn't know how to look for it. So we are just gonna do here, and we're gonna call this fish util. Wait, did I do it correctly? I think I did. Okay. And here I just have to change it to Twitch util. And because I gave it a different name to the function, yep, so now we have that, and we could take, for example, if you want to check we don't want to be, oh yeah, so if you want to just check the users, so we want to just check where user, something like this. And we don't need this anymore. Let's go to this one too. Server. Okay, so we now have the Mac server. We have, this is called something else in here. So what I did here is that I changed the import path name for our Twitch util to Twitch_util. So here, now that we have this, we can start passing it to our client. So here, our client takes a configuration. So the server that's going to be connecting to online 10, we are starting our mock chat server. So a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, we ended up creating a mock Twitch chat server that we were using for some of the initial testing. We didn't take it too far, so we're gonna start using it now. Cool. We have a new follower. Thank you for following us, Lu Emperesat Samir. Hope I pronounced your name correctly. So yeah, so we ended up creating a new client, new test client. We just need to start using it correctly. So here we are gonna do, we're gonna pass our API here, and then here we're just gonna pass a new map. Okay, so then to test this out, to check if it works correctly, we could just rerun this test that was here. In the test itself, what it's checking is that we are doing the initial authentications correctly. What are we checking here? Oh, because we changed some of the stuff. This is where our arrow used to be. And we need to move this up. So we start our client. We are expecting this response from it. So this is what the Twitch chat server returns to us when we do a valid authentication to it. Well, not a valid authentication. We do, yeah, a valid authentication. So we do the authentication, and then we check what we got back from it, right? So these are the different strings that we're gonna get back from the API. Sorry, from the chat server. And then we feed that into, we have a channel, so we read from that channel. And because we're expecting 3 of them, that means that we could just loop through our channel 3 times and block on it as well. So then we could start. It is about time for me to hop off from the stream. Copter is my timer. He keeps track of my time. So yeah, so that's working. Yeah, so I have to hop off because my timer is going off. So I usually stream from 3 or 2 all the way to 6, sometimes 6:15. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and then I do Friday. Friday is a double stream where from 3 to 5 I do the timer is going off. I do so from 3 to 5, maybe 6 I do coding, and then from 7 or 8 we do a round of games, so we play a bunch of games. I don't know how to hit you. Can I just like point the camera and bloop you? Like bloop? Yeah, so that's kind of what we do. Let's see if we could find someone for us to raid. That is doing something interesting for us as well. Give me a second. Sorry, it's making me watch an ad. Do you want me to? Do you want to pick? You have to have points to be able to pick the where we go. We have a pointing system now. If you want to direct the stream, you have to use it. Oh, you want me to stretch? Sure. Thank you so much for making me stretch. Thank you for being my timer. Uh, let's go hang out with someone that is doing JavaScript as well. Let's see if we could find them. Again, say hi. Uh, don't be mean, and enjoy. He is working JavaScript right now, and sorry, TypeScript. So it's very fun. I will see ya on Friday. So I probably do again. I've been joined 2 to 6. I will do that again. So thank you again for joining. I will see you later. Give me a second here.